this is an interesting game, right? It was a game that had a very long build-up, a very hyped build-up, and then instantly fizzled out. It was really interesting to see, right? The reason this game has come back up to my mind, come back into my life here, is because it came out around the same time. Well, I should say, the information about this game came out at the same time as another game called Scorn. Wow, I just got a lot of mission on my phone. There's another game called Scorn, right? And Scorn is soon to actually come out. Scorn is soon to release, of course. It's going to come out on the 22nd of October. I'll be streaming that as well, mind you. On the 22nd of October. And it's a game that I absolutely love the look of, and I adore. And I've been following Scorn since that was announced in about 2013, I think. Right? But it is only just coming out this year. It's been in development a lot. And this game also about the same sort of time. I think it was 2013, 2014 was also announced. And it came out in either 2017, I think it was 2018 is when this game came out. It came out sometime around April, I remember that. While I was in college, so it must have been 2018, let's say. If this game does not get me back, it's extremely graphic, and if this game doesn't get me banned from Twitch, I will be genuinely surprised. Of course. Very genuinely surprised. So this game is about the most literal depiction of hell, I think. Use all the medieval art of hell where people like getting burnt in cauldrons and eaten by scary monsters. That's effectively what this game is meant to be, and it tries to be very, well, as biblically accurate as it can be about hell. Which is kind of the problem with it, because this game is entirely missed potential, right? From my understanding of it. It is... I played this back when it came out, and I was probably the only person who enjoyed it, right? But I do see the fact that after about the first playthrough, right, it kind of fizzles out, right? Like watching it, like watching all the videos about it was really good, because the game can be really cinematic at times. So I feel like it's a really good watch, but it's not all that good to play. It's kind of a bit naff to play, but I actually did quite like it. Most people's complaints about it was that they said it was a walking simulator, right? Which it kind of is, right? Especially when it first came out, it was just walk from one point to the other, right? And go sightseeing as you do it, because it tried to rely a lot on its visuals. Now, what they should have done, which this was true for some parts of the game, where rather than being, especially the ice area, where rather than being just very linear, it was like you could take many paths, and there were many paths as how you could like get to your actual destination. And they should have done that for the whole game. Like all areas should have just had many branching and winding paths. If they made this game far more open world, I think it would have been way more successful. And because there are some parts of it that I absolutely loved that just don't get expanded on very much. And you can see when it was released how rushed it felt, right? Because Scorn is only coming out now. That's like, if you count about 20, Scorn was announced in 20... It was either 2014 or 2013, so it's either about 8 or 9 years in the making. This game came out, so... about 3 or 4 years after it was announced, which for what they were trying to go for, this game probably definitely, it definitely needed a lot more time to simmer. The other thing about it though is that they did bring an update later on which improved the scope of it a lot more. They added in a lot more stuff like traps and all that into the world, which was good, it was fun, though it still kind of is very lacking. Which is sad. I quite had a lot of hopes for this game, right? The other problem was that it relied heavily on its story, but it never really explained its stories, right? I guess they didn't feel that they needed to, because the thing about their stories is to understand the full scale of the story, you know, who you are, why you're in hell, who the Red Goddess is, you kind of needed some biblical knowledge, right? You needed knowledge of stories from the Bible, right? Primarily from the Book of Revelations and the story of the Tower of Babel, right? The two main stories you need to understand what was going on here. When I first played this, I had no idea what the story was, and I already have, like, you know, knowledge of these Bible stories, and so I got it pretty easy. But I can imagine somebody who doesn't know anything about it might have a lot more trouble. The thing I was, when playing this, the thing I was having interesting thoughts about was who exactly the Red Goddess is, and you can see her right there with all those floating atop all those little bodies, all those little charred remains, floating away like a little demon she is, was, you know, who exactly she is. And I think we can tell, you know, who she is in the story, right? Like, it's clear that who she's meant to be, which demon she's meant to be, you know. We'll tell you about it as it goes on, because I don't want to immediately spoil it. I just want to play through the game, and I'll explain it as I'm going along, right? I will play. I'll stream until I finish the game, because if you know what you're doing, it's not that long of a game, right? And we're going to do full stream, full game, right? Way back when I played this, I completed all 7 endings, right? We're just going to start a new game, right? And we'll play it until the end, right? As long as that takes, which will probably be a couple hours, right? Anyway, so before we head in, if you're wondering about the type of people that you know, go to hell, right? If you're wondering Christian law, right? Who goes to hell? Then your blasphemers, obviously, you know, rapists, murderers, all those kinds of people. Dream stands also go here. This is where dream stands go. If you step foot on the Dream SMP, you're going right here, right? And also, anyone who isn't subscribed to the Phil Flanagan YouTube channel goes right down to here, right? Remember that. So, we'll just start. Well, actually, difficulty. What difficulty do you want? Normal or hard? I'll be a brave boy. I'll go with hard. What did we do? What did we want to turn off again? Tutorial. That was it. Oh, why'd it keep... We'll just leave it like that, okay. We'll just start a whole new game. Yes, I know I'll lose my process. So, wait. Why does it have this here if... That's fine. Alright, fellas. Here we are, we're going to hell. In the end of a man there is no remedy, and no man hath been known to have escaped from hell.
The Fall. It's the last thing I remember. Memories tear apart my soul, consumed by the endlessly burning fire. The body turns again into ashes, the overlaying tissue revealing ruined bones. I fall into the blackest place, where light causes pain and darkness brings solace. Into a place which deprives one of faith and erases memories, which leads to madness and effaces the boundary between people and animals. The Red Goddess. Her shine shrouds other memories. She is the key to the gate of unending agony. She is the answer. The road that I must follow. The Red Goddess.
Sorry for that cough at the end. Now I would like to put up one big discrepancy. Is that in the opening it says hell deprives you of memory. That's not actually true. That I think there's a Bible story where I think some king is sent to hell and he begs God to let him out or something so that he can warn his brothers of this place to not, so that they, you know, can repent and not go to this place. And so, you know, he remembers his brothers, so there's obviously like memories, right? But the gates of hell in this look absolutely spectacular, don't they? And that up there, I think, is meant to be heaven, right? Because in the Bible it also says that you can see heaven from hell. Which is like some horrible torment that you can see this paradise place, and it's just... And it wasn't God in that Bible, so I remember, it was someone else. Right. Those legs just... They're just body parts flying down from the abyss. That's not the hell. Alright, I guess. I can see something on the minimap around here. There's this thing, by the way, with paintings where you've got to use them to open up new, like, doors and gateways. Right, let's get... Apparently I can't get one of these. Oh! I'm trying to grab a light. There it is. But you can tell, like, if you, like, see, look, from a distance, all that looks absolutely beautiful, but then you get up close and you can see, needs a bit of polishing. Whoa, he's not had a fun time. Wow. This pile of people have not had a fun time. Okay, Joe. This looks absolutely scenic. I love the look of this. The architecture here is really cool, like, I think. Alright. Now, here we are in the judgment chamber of hell, where God will judge the souls of the damned. I want to read all these letters as well, actually. Preparations are going well. I get rid of the bodies of 3 innocents, and used the fire which engulfed their corpses to prepare an altar. The stench of burnt meat torn from their deformed bones nearly knocked me out. I feel that there is no return now, but what would I return to? All that is left is to sacrifice their beating hearts. I held them in my hands while they were dying in agony, feeling how the life vanished from them with every beat. The ritual shall be completed this night. Kian. Yeah, I hear a lot of jokes about, oh, how did this guy we're playing as end up in hell? Well, keep in mind those letters we've been finding. Because the guy we're playing is an actual biblical figure. Would you look at these? Anyway, funnily enough, in the Bible, after the crucifixion of Jesus, nobody actually goes to hell, right? Like, some people select for you get to go to heaven. But I think what it actually is, at least in, oh, hello. Like, what it actually is that people don't go to heaven or hell yet. It's like, I think this is where the idea of purgatory comes from. They're like souls are trapped on earth until Judgment Day, where God will judge the souls of every man, and then we'll send them to either heaven or hells. However, in original Jewish, well, this is a map. I think this is a map of all the places we're gonna go through. So in original Jewish, what do I call it? I don't want to call it mythology, because that's blasphemy, that, and I don't want to end up here, you know. People are like, oh, hell isn't real. It's like, yeah, well, you people can find that out. I'm sticking with God. But but that aside, in the original Jewish belief, right? Everybody went to hell. It didn't matter who you were. Everyone goes to hell, right? And that was God's punishment for your evil deeds you did. Because Satan doesn't rule hell. Lucifer doesn't rule hell. And the Red Goddess is also in the Bible. I want to say that, kind of. Not like how they have it here in this game. But the person who the Red Goddess is meant to be is in the Bible. I will explain that. Hello. I'll explain that later. I'm sure everybody who watches my videos and my streams is, you know, they all went to Bible study class. I'm sure you all know all about this. Right, so everyone originally went to hell, right? Oh, hello. She's not having a fun time. Right. Everyone originally went to hell, and it's one of the reasons, like, Jesus Christ is worshipped so much, because Jesus died, right? When Jesus went to the cross, because I said everyone went to hell, right? And so when Jesus died, he also went to hell, right? Yes, Jesus Christ going to hell, that is epic. The point of Jesus going to hell is so that he could reclaim the keys of hell and allow, you know, for that he reclaim the keys of hell from whoever. Well, we'll explain, because this game tries to look into that a little bit more, but we'll get on to that. That was the point of, like, Jesus' sacrifice, his crucifixion, so that good people wouldn't go to hell, pretty much. Yeah, that's why they say he saved our souls, because this is where you all would have ended up if not for Christ.
You won't defend yourself. She'll find you everywhere. You go to her yourself.
You won't defend yourself. She'll find you everywhere.
Same thing. Brothers, be aware of the shadows. I have seen demons covered in naught but the gloom. I feel that they are observing us all the time, hiding under a cloak of darkness. Woe awaits if one of them captures your soul. I've seen tens of thorny hands pulling our brothers into the abyss. These monsters live in fear, and only light can protect us from them. Observe the shadows, even your own. I say unto you, Satan himself lives in it, and will never know rest. Yeah, that's another thing about this game. So the monsters they talk about there are called the Djinn, right? The Jinn, which is where the word genie comes from, right? Because they believe that, for some reason in Arabic culture, they believe that they can, you know, answer your, like, wishes or something. But In this game, they're a thing, and you see them around, but they don't actually do anything. It would have been an interesting mechanic if they had it in that, like, certain dark areas they can kill you and pull you in.
Do you really think that you're worthy of my favor? You're not even able to make a sacrifice to me. Surrender, as all others you knew.
Got a lovely voice, does the red girl. She's the only person who actually no, right, with the Agony rate, what was it? Unrated update that came out. I swear all of the female like characters got like lovely looking bodies. Hello.
It's you. I knew it. I knew you'd be here, Amraphel. Dead. You're dead. We're all rotting here because of you.
So do you recognize me? I don't remember you. Let's ask him about
I should
memory.
have killed you when I had the first chance. My whole family died. My family. My family. I no longer remember. But you, I won't forget. You're gonna fry here. Give it to me, son of the whore.
Whoa, he's just come right through.
No!
The hell?
No! I curse you, Amraphel! Ah! Be damned!
Amraphel. Alright, let me grab another one of these then. Whoa, hello. That's a dirty trap, that. They added in a lot of traps like that in the unrated version. They always threw me off at first because they're so well hidden. They're so freakish, just teeth underneath the thing. Some parts of this game, like, are really good. Others are not so good. Alright, I need to find hearts. I mean, I know where I get them. Yeah, you see what I mean by this game needs some polish. We just ripped out this poor man's heart. I think there's another heart we need to get. I'm not sure where we get that from. Hello. These horror tentacles. I like how spiny they look. They look freakish. Wow, he's been sliced in half. He is not having a good time. Is this? It's a skull.
Sacrifice for me. I can't wait to meet you again,
We just fucking
child.
burnt a kid alive. I mean, that's not really a baby. Look at that. That is a What is that? It's not got the proportions of a kid, that's for sure. It's kind of cruel what I just did.
You really bring light to this place. Don't let them stop you with your sacred journey.
We're not going to go down that way, because that just leads around. This area at the start, I've always wondered what the point of it was, because there's not actually all that much hell lore. I've never noticed this statue before. Actually, mind you, we can there's a note here. Absolutely unfortunate. Yes, let us forget this defeat. Yeah, this quote here from Revelations. And I stood upon the sands of the sea, and I saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the names of blasphemy. Yeah, that remember that quote. We need to get his heart again. That's unfortunate. Let's go back around this way. The hell? What hurt me? Get this note. After today, what I am most afraid of in the depths of hell does not even have a solid form. How else can I explain the shadow that does not belong to any living thing? Even the Red Goddess does not seem to be aware of its presence. So who are they, and why do they constantly torment us like nightmares? Even now I know that they are lying in wait somewhere in the gloom, secretly observing. If they don't serve the Red Goddess, then who do they serve? Who could be greater than her? Though we call them shadow people, we don't really know much about them. If succubi are the eyes of the goddess, then whose eyes are these monsters? As said before though, they don't really... What the hell is it that little fire there? As said though, they don't really play much on the actual... on the djinn. Those little monsters, the shadow people. Do we want to go back after that note? Actually, do I want to go back after that note? I kinda do.
It'll never end. Our blood will feel the eternity.
You know what, I will. I'll try one more time. If I fall off again this time, hello you. I said this area, the map isn't even like... It's kind of pointless. Let's try this again. Goodbye. Sir, we don't know where it came from nor how to judge its next move. It was a miracle that we were able to catch one. It looks like a spider, yet it isn't one. It not only moves silently, like the shadows in which it hides. There's no way to escape if it's heard you in the darkness. Even though it has no eyes or hearing, it sees and hears better than any other demon. The hair growing out of its twisted body reacts to the faintest sounds. The vibrations stimulate its muscles. When you see it, don't breathe and pray it isn't too late. You know what I think they should have done with this game? They should have made it like Subnautica, where it's got a whole ecosystem, right? Just make an ecosystem of demons. That would have been pretty cool, right? There's a lot of potential with this game that just didn't happen. And it's clearly not going to happen either. I think I could get under that. No, I'm not going to risk it. We're just going to head back. I'll see what's in this prison area. Hello. Nothing, apparently. We had to go to get a heart, though. Oh, we have to get his heart as well. Come on, mister. Need that from you. Oh, isn't that intimidating?
Ah, memories. Sanctuary of falls and agony. So much sin and flesh. It's so disappointing.
Before I head actually into hell, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet. Give me a minute. Alright, I've returned. You know... Yeah, so I'm wondering, right, I'm thinking, I think we're going to find TJ Kirk down here. I think we're going to find the amazing atheist. Oh yeah, there's another one for you. Anyone who bought those fiction shirts, right to hell. You're instantly going to hell. I've done it. Now I'll never get out of here, but you must understand I had no other choice. I had to offer a sacrifice. How else could I get here? In this place, evil isn't so obvious. I'm writing this letter for all those who have the courage to search her, and I know there are many of you. I'm thinking of the blood goddess. For some reason, she's the only clear memory that all of us have. Even though I don't know what sins brought me to this place, I won't stop praying, and you must remain strong in faith. Let's do penance for our sins, and the Lord will save us. Surely he can't be so cruel. That's right, brother, that's right. Repent your sins in the name of the Lord. On your way, you'll notice some paintings, often written in blood, but don't be afraid, brother. Though their authors have surely perished, they left behind them informative clues. Together we will manage to change our fate, as the Lord has an enormous heart. Whoa! Right. Oh, baby. This is free. Hello. A demon. lot of effigies to demons that have been toppled. Yeah, the gates to... I don't know why we're attempting to get into hell right now. I mean, I'll grant... I think it's the only way we can get out, but like... surely should all already be in hell. Wow. You've just found the forbidden fruit. For many, it is a sinful item, but for you, it's something special. You can use it. The skills menu. That's good. That's good. That's good. Wow. Okay, that's not. That's sinful. That. I'm gonna have to censor that. Yes. I dropped my light. I don't remember this part, that part. Originally, you just had to jump off. Come on, let me infect you. No torches. There used to be a sigil puzzle here, but I guess that's gone. Hello. This is icky and gross. Find a way to get out of the mind maze. I would like to find all the interesting things you can unlock in here, but I think we'll just go for just completing the game. The earth shook the first time I laid eyes on this beast. His brutal strength has no equal, and even demons run for cover when the chort is near. Martyrs punished with blindness go mad, not remembering anything except pain and violence. The weaker ones finally give in and their soul is dispersed, leaving a helpless, hopeless husk. There are those among them, however, who use their anger to bring their mutilated body to life once more and fill their veins with the burning blood of a demon, opening their mind to madness and brutality. They change into 3-meter-tall beasts whose only purpose is to inflict pain on others. Pain and fear become all that they desire. The remnants of faith buried in the depths of the chort's mind derive their unwavering loyalty and conscious desire to satisfy the goddess, to glorify her. They erect monuments from the corpses of those foolish enough to stand in their way. If you ever feel the earth begin to tremble beneath your feet, hold your breath and start praying. It is interesting that like there were people become demons. I think there are things in the Bible. I know there are other works in which people become demons. By other works, I mean like things like the Testament of King Solomon. I think demons generally are just creatures who spit in the face of God. Oh, hello. What do you have to say? Whoa! Nothing nice, apparently. Savage, this one. Wow, those animations. He was beaten back by a poorly animated fists. Actually, I just gotta punish him. Fucking hell, dude, are you alright? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Well,
show me what you taste like.
Yeah, no, we're going. Oh, hello. And this is the monster that's gonna get this stream banned. Monoskelis.
The red goddess, the only one. There's nothing. She's the only one.
Oh, hello. I'm gonna avoid looking at the lady's boobs so as not to get banned from Twitch. I'm not gonna be surprised if when this game came out, if anyone even streamed it, because she's pretty ballsy. We just went back to the thing. She's pretty ballsy to do that. Much like myself. Oh! Hello, demon. Right, let's hide. Okay, let's figure out how we're going to get there. Wow, the maze is a lot more complex than I remember. Let's try to look for more of those skill points to level up. Yeah, alright. Back in here. Go away. Please leave. Get gone. I'm gonna start crying. This is a bit of an oversight that we can just hide. Oh, and of course it's going precisely where we want to go. It would be nice if it walks into all those battering rams and dies. Yep, defeated the monster, guys. Perfect AI in this game. I do feel like there is a big problem with the AI in this game. More forbidden fruit? I fucking ton of this. These are Salikis at this time. We're going to explore this maze a bit. What's the point of these smashing things if I could just walk around it? They probably should have had that demon avoid walking into, you know, the traps.
This will suck the marrow out of your bones.
Oh, I know. Hard to find a way out of eternity. I've gone down hundreds of corridors winding like the path of the madman's mind, but I will not know rest until I find a way out. I never supposed that blood would become so desired. Use it to mark your steps is the only way out. None of these, like, I hate to say it, but none of these like letters actually mean anything.
It's so exciting to see how you evolve. Another took so much more time to do this.
Yes. Oh, hello. I'm just too good, what can I say? Oh, you bullying my buddy here.
Everything
I understand you're not the smartest.
She'll change you. Change for your own good. It's for your own good. Did you see?
He's just taking that punishment. Is he dead? You think so? Hello. It's like one of those old bronze statues, because I think those are meant to be effigies of the red goddess, and I will explain it to you fellas at some point later on, probably when we find out who the red goddess is.
Offer what you possess.
Hello, I didn't mean to throw that. Come on. Something is missing here. Can I not just burn the baby? V? Like for vendetta? Oh, here's the sigil puzzle. Oh, I've messed up. I messed up again. That's good enough. Apparently that was good enough. That looks exactly like what I drew. Right, well can I cheese it? I can't cheese it, that's unfortunate. Oh, I guess we're gonna have to find Skull legitimately. How unfortunate, having to play the game. I guess not unfortunate.
I'm rising. The fallen, broken. That's all that's left of me. Doesn't she?
Where are we going? Whoa. Okay. Not into that. Wow.
We're here. Guilty.
Hello, lady.
Guilty. You can't believe
This is
anyone.
gonna get me banned off Twitch.
We're here. Guilty. We're all guilty.
Alright. Do I want... That baby crying is freakish. No, they're not. Fumes are fat and the thick stench of burnt blood filled the chamber with stifling smoke, eating into my lungs, dulling the senses. Finally, I can better make out their figures. I feel their stinking breath on my neck as they whisper and laugh, cloaked in darkness. Even my own shadow seems to take on indescribable forms. The pulsing clatter of hooves reverberates somewhere behind my head. However, I am to cross the border. How am I to cross the border of madness? What ingredients is still lacking for me to rise above the limits? The demon that I summoned is the beginning of the winding road beyond the boundaries of my mind. KN. Ugh. KN is a clue to particular character. Oh, hello, a heart. What's that? Something else here? Yes, there is. A leg. And get out of my way, woman. Wow! I smacked him that one. I obliterated this poor lady. Another one of these. These don't really actually serve any purpose in the game other than you get knowledge points for them to help you unlock collectibles that you were too lazy to find in the game itself. Wow, this is getting dark. Oh, I know this bit. Whoa, 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 whoa. I need this light so that these tentacles will go away. So this bit of the game, I understand, because there's a mode where you can play as a demon. I think you have to come back to this bit as a demon. He's also not having a fun time. Hello. Mine. More effigies to the goddess, of course. There's a forbidden fruit over here. The anti-twitch fruit. The... Could you use one of those fruits as a flashlight? I cannot imagine the actual forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden looked anything like that, by the way. Oh, wait a moment. We have 2 skill points. What should we put it into? I'm gonna probably one of these two. That and that, and then we'll increase my health after, I think. Yes, save those changes. Jesus. Oh, a heart. Right. Have to... He's happy. These are also pretty freakish. It does feel weird how, like, unpolished this seems. Because a lot of the models are very stiff. Could have been nicer. Oh, I can't look at her. I can't look at her when Twitch isn't going to be happy with her. Neither is YouTube when I rip this stream down. I'm not getting through there.
The goddess will suck the marrow out of your bones.
Why are there so many spinning blades? That is desperately unfortunate. Alright, this. We are missing... Wrong button. Another wrong button. Get out of the hidey hole. What's the button to get out of that? There's X. There's what I'm looking for. I've collected everything over this side of the maze. Which means that we need to go the other... Someone's not having a fun time. Better look away from that before I get banned. Wow, there's a lot of skewered women in here. The red goddess must just really hate women. Ah. Ah! Should have improved health, to be honest. Given how much I'm getting clipped. Another leg. Another leg. So where's the last of the leg? I wonder... Because there's an area down here that we can only get to as a demon. And it might be that we have to unlock this door first. This one here, before we can get the leg. Alright, well, we'll ignore fixing up the crucifix then. And just continue with the rest of the game. They're just having the time of their lives, the damned. Do I have enough hearts? No. Well, looks like I'm still stuck it. Looks like I'm still stuck here. I think these rocks tell us where to go. Well, actually, no, there's a heart right here. There you go, little guy. Chomp on that. Chomp on that. There's another heart here. Why are they all right at the start? Here I am, wandering through the maze. cutscene. These are not well animated. Granted, I've never made a video game in my life, so I could probably... Well, actually, that's not true. I've never made a game like this in my life, so I probably... I'm not feeling good, I'm better at it myself. Why can we defy gravity, but this demon can't? You'd think the demon would be able to, and we wouldn't. Is it still there? It's not. Well, that's lucky for me, the person who was going to get his head torn off by it. This bit feels nice. Well, as nice as hell can feel. What is this? There's some spare ribs.
He's so close. You pathetic old man.
Alright,
You don't
Dick.
think someone like you can beg for mercy, do you? Not sacrificing for me everything that you have? Just forget. Give up.
Jesus. So sounds like a typical Twitch thought. This is the life of a simp. It's pathetic to see how they worship her image, dreaming to see themselves in her reflection, even for a moment. An ideal that they do not even try to approach. What is it that gives her such power? Do they see more in her than I do? Am I the one who is their judge? Their only hope? It seems that I prayed to the wrong god. It is time to change allies in this holy crusade. There are some blasphemies being spoken here. This is freakish. Oh, this is weird. Well, this is mine. Oh. With all these men just trying to please one girl, this is basically just any like Twitch thoughts chat, right? When I only get a chat that's gonna please me. I'm not a lady with voluptuous breasts, so that's probably not gonna happen. Oh, another fruit. Another vile fruit. We will put that into health. I mean, if any demon catches you, you immediately get your eyes gouged out. Hello.
Right, brother. Otherwise, there's nothing else left for us. Everything was different. What else can be done?
What do you have to say? Jesus! Stand back!
Otherwise,
back!
What else can be done to change it?
What a cruel person.
Otherwise, before her arrival, everything was different. What else can be done to change it?
This is a horrible looking pillar.
It is thanks to her that we are alive.
This part of the game was a demo, and it was freakish, like. So this is one of the more good parts of the game, is. This is just endless suffering, this. Well, it is hell, I guess. We'll leave him there. Ah! Nibbling on an arm. Like any standard he thought it would.
You want to defend yourself. You want to defend yourself. She'll find you everywhere.
This Poor man. That's the see, for all the souls of the people who sub to the Twitch thought of donating money, then those giant ones, those demons are like the moderators. She won't fuck you just because you're a mod, right? Oh, what the hell? This is what I called the Steam on a Twitch mod. I was tearing my eyes out because of it. Alright. Where do I gotta go from here? I need to find a body to possess. I think my soul is about to fade out. We need to... Yeah, I'm gone. We're gonna have to restart this bit of the game again. That is drastically unfortunate. Alright, blissful abyss. Take me!
Such disappointment. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time indeed. And that is... I'm surprised she didn't ask for my, like, fucking wallet there. Alright. Back here. What's this? Did I read it? No, I don't think I did. The air is so thick and hot that it's hard for me to breathe. I feel the stench of corpses and sulfur eating into my lungs. Well, that's kind of what happens when you go to hell. If I was alive, the hellish heat would have killed me long ago, but God keeps my heart beating. A very pious man indeed, wanting me to do penance for my sins. I will withstand the worst torture. Brothers, remain strong in faith. We breathe despite our pain. The flame of hope burns in our hearts nevertheless. This is written by Andrew Tate, telling us to keep away from whores. How much can we stick with the thought jokes, I wonder? I'm sure there's something in here that we gotta get, right? Yeah, it's right there. It's a painting right there. I remember we have to go around for it.
Otherwise,
Let me do a little bit of investigating. Oh, we need a torch. Which means this is one of those bits of the game we'd have to go back to. It is again. What's the haunting for everything? It's... Why?
It is she who gave us life, death, and suffering. It is she who visits...
Go away! Much like all... No, open. Much like all of my interactions with women, it tends to be pushing them on the ledge and running away. Right, let's hide. Is it here? It is. No, I think that's a different one. I don't think I'm allowed to look at it. It's not decent, it's not modest. I'm gonna get banned off of Twitch. Don't look at it, Phil. Alright, with that 10 minutes out of the way, Let's carry on. Hello. Wow.
I know you. For sure I know you. Where's your goddess?
Is this his kid? Is this your kid, sir?
No. If you found her, you wouldn't be here. She'd make herself a candle holder out of your bones.
What are you doing with those monsters? I assume they're his kids. Well, I guess we're gonna ask the red goddess. Tara.
She's in the tower.
Alright. They're fucking Lucifer himself. Remember that line? There's something I have to say about that later on.
2 floors above.
Well, alright. That's a... That... Right, he's got another one. Is he gonna crush this? What a surprise. He's just killing... Why do they have heads like that? They're just like... They've got bodies, but they've got fully grown heads. I don't understand. I can't look at her. Hello. I was unable to control the fury of the simpletons who found the bodies of their deformed children turned into ash. Wow, alright, off to a good start. Their furious voices echoed among the walls of the city, racing into infinity. Yeah, I could imagine that people would be a bit pissed if you fucking burnt their little deformed children. Well, those are their little deformed children. Those idiots blamed each other, desperately trying to assign guilt for this macabre scene. I helped them, throwing the remains of their children in front of the house on whose doors I drew the shape of the demon that had first come to hold out a hand to me. Like animals, they tore it apart in their own home, forcing him to watch as they quartered the bodies of his dead children. Someday he will become a martyr whose death will serve a higher cause. That guy's not having a fun time. Alright, let me look over this. I do the shape of the demon, like animals, they tore it apart in their own home. Alright. Come on. Hello. I'm gonna stop pulling bags off these people's heads if they keep attacking me. Why do they all look the same? It's just the same balding man. He looks like a maths teacher, does this guy. He looks... It's like, is this the thing maths teachers are known for? You're a maths teacher, so you go to hell. That sounds accurate to me. I like the look of that sigil. A bunch of sigils on the wall. I think this is the correct one, if I remember correctly. Drawing puzzles, alright. This part of the game looks nice. That part of the game is about to tear my eyes out. Oh, hello. We're gonna make our way around and not touch the demon. Actually, first off... Ah! I don't know why I took damage from there. We're going back up here. Stop! So back. Gnashing teeth. go through here? This game has a thing for teeth, it would seem. Oh. Here's the painting. It's just on something up here, I think. I'm trapped. Oh, there's nothing up here. Let us return to the depths, venturing deeper into the pits of hell, taking damage, whatever that is. And hopefully we'll get away from that monster. The AI in this game isn't the smartest, from what I've noticed. Granted, the booby demons, the booba demons, the Oniskelis, that's what they're called, are supposedly blind. Now, in the actual... I can't remember, I don't think Oniskelis shows up in the Bible, but I know she's in the Testament of King Solomon. King Solomon comes to her. And Oniskelis is a demon that's described as an very attractive one with like goat's legs, right? But in the book of Solomon, Oniskelis is just one demon. Like, it's just one creature that lives in the crevices of the world and eats, preys on men for some reason. But, in this game, they just made Oniskelis just a type of demon, really. Oh, did they? I think... Oh, what even is this picture depicting? It just looks like intestines or something. What's a sigil?
Otherwise,
what?
Before her arrival, everything was different. What else can be done to change it?
I think we'll see it in this picture here. Yeah, we can't look at that painting. Of how great, you know what, screw it. Of like that women, I think, are turned into these creatures, I think it is. But Oniskelis originally is actually supposed to be one single demon. Like just, like that, you know, Asmodeus or Lucifer. Descending deeper into the cellar, I noticed a few madmen who were drinking their own urine to again reach the blessed state of Soma that is offered by the goddess. So they're drinking their own piss to get high, alright. To the priestesses feasting in her chamber. What makes them desire her so desperately? Perhaps it is actually the earth, mushrooms and blood that were born of the goddess. Perhaps this is the main ingredient of the infusion, the missing element that will empower my prayer. Mushrooms. Man's getting high off mushrooms. Hello. Hello, hand spiders. Let's get running. It's just one. I could beat him. I could beat him in a fight. But I guess I'm supposed to run this way. Hello. Lovely. Oh. Hello me. These people are not having fun. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Oniskelis. I know that there is something down this way. If we head out here, if we try to avoid this demon. Let's get back in here. Oh, she sees me. Oh, she sees me. Oh, time to go for this balding guy next. Actually, no, let's not go for the balding guy. Uh-oh. It's right there. I did. It's... Hello. So where we're supposed to go is down this hole here. However, there is something else I want to check out first. And there's also a glitch in textures here. That's lovely, that. There's a dead pregnant lady. That's also absolutely lovely. Let's put this. And this. Come on, I hear the scary music. Oh, it's over there. Right, so this sigil requires... I cannot remember what markings this one requires. I think it's these. Is it this one? I don't. It's not this one. Oh no, it is this one. Right. This room. This. What is this? I don't know why this room has always felt freakish to me. So this is some cultist stabbing a man. I assume that's his body. Alright, another note. Whatever pain we have endured before the Red Goddess descended into hell, it paled in comparison to what came after. Her presence breathed hope into our damned souls, the hope that even now, with our hands eternally covered in blood, we would have a chance of redemption. Blind faith pushes us to acts of the utmost brutality, only for us to wash away the blood as we kneel at her feet. Brothers betray brothers, mothers eat their children, and husbands murder their wives just to bask for a moment in the radial light of the Red Goddess. We turn into priests, erecting incredible monuments to her glory with the only building material we have, our own bodies. But is salvation possible when we raise our hands in prayer to the Red Goddess, turning our backs on God, whose mercy we ultimately seek? Yeah, maybe that might be a thing to consider, you know. You might want to... If God is the ultimate being, you probably don't want to be worshipping something like, you know, the Red Goddess. Mans don't consider... Hello. I'm just gonna like it. Not in here is where I want to go. Through here is where I want to go. What are these, like, little chicken monsters on the floor? They're like... They've got the skeletal structure of like a chicken and a human at the same time. I don't really understand it. Then again, it's hell. I don't think I'm supposed to understand it. Now am I? Ow. That's an effigy of Baphomet. Well, it's kind of a bit of a mix between Skelis and Baphomet, isn't it? 'Cause it's got the head of Skelis, though it's in that style. That's, you know, like the wings and everything. You want to see something really gamer? There we go. He's having the time of his life on that thing. Look at him go. Right, what's in here? Nothing good. That's a man. Why is there a baby coming out of him? Four terrifying sounds of the angel's horns suddenly shook the foundations of hell. Each of them was accompanied by a fallen innocent angel who hit the earth with a meteoric force. Their coming heralded that the end was nigh, the extinction of the human species and the opening of the gates of hell on earth. Unfortunate. When the goddess arrived on the back of the beast on the edge of the abyss, the sky answered with the pronouncements of the prophecy. 4 horns will sound again when the words of the prophecy are fulfilled. Angels will be sent down to earth, marking a trail for the terrifying beast of the red goddess. Until that time, however, the angels will remain imprisoned in the abyss. The book speaks of redemption that may be expected for anyone who reveals the minds of the 4 saints. Are they not our only hope? Is this not God's hand held out in our direction, the hand that provides us our last chance before the end of time? That is true. Yeah, so there's one, because there's like 7 endings to this game, right? There's one of the endings, I believe, in which you can find all of the angels. But I think you have to complete the main ending first to get that one. Like the one where you actually damn humanity. We'll get onto that. No doubt. Whoa, hello. Let's work this down that way. Let's get running down this way. She seems to have left me. But, right. She seems to have not left me. I don't understand how they seem to, like, there's a clearly guy there, right? But I don't understand how, on a scale, it seems to just ignore all the other matters. You have that. Don't touch me, harlot. No. That's not the way I want to go. Demons. Yeah, the AI is a bit messed in this game. Can we make it over there? Oh, we can. Hello. Hundreds of voices echo in the walls of this place. I have seen the goddess sitting on the throne of our brothers' bones. The most horrible beast. Entertain her by torturing our brothers. Hark! We must go on. Find another road in the living darkness of the tower parts, where the corpses give life to trees, far from the demons. I have heard that the red goddess often meets with Lucifer himself in her chambers in a nearby tower. We'll head there, brothers. God will reward our efforts. I'm liking this very pious individual. Yeah. Where's that demon going? Because I want to go in here real quick. We'll just ignore all the little effigies to pick up. Freaked me out then. What is that? Some man like in the water, some dark forest. The spider's lair. Right. Oh! She won't come in here. That's interesting. Ah! What the hell? Okay. Find a way out from the Chamber of Silence. The dark corridors of the cellar spreading under the temple of Inanna seem to be without end. I can't wait any longer. The ritual must be completed right here. This time the convicts from whom Mother draws blood will be useful for something truly great. I filled the bowls of their bowels with their urine and used their blood to close 7 dishes in the circle of Inanna, offering her respect and trust. I know, however, that her mercy will not fall on me if I do not sacrifice the convict souls for her. Their blood did not stop flowing until fire had engulfed them on the altar. When the ritual was complete, the goddess in her radiance showed me the way so that in her honor I could become more powerful than both humans and demons. Yeah, keep in mind all this actually evil things he's doing. Hello. So I'm currently trapped in the Chamber of Silence, and what I have to do to get out is I have to find the skulls, like I just did. Oh, that freaked me the hell out. Well, there's me dead. This game likes to kill me. Much like a Twitch thought would. Fuck. It's right there. Oh, hello. It's rather close. I need 1. So this is like the ritual of Inanna, right? Let's set him on fire. I need 1 for here, 1 for here, so I need to find 2 more skulls. So where are they? Someone's in that one. These are Iron Maidens. No, there's no one. I'm not sure, but I think it's randomly generated. Oh, of course. He jumped out on me. So where's like... that's the problem. I kinda just have to fade out, there's nothing I can do. Someone trapped in this one as well. I cannot say they're having a fun time. Well, this is hell, so what do I know?
The next death. What a boring.
Alright, lady. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Oh, we really back here. I don't want to have to... Oh, no. What other horrors will the goddess try to numb us to next? Her demonic priestesses are worse than the most hideous beasts. I am unable to erase their faces from my memory. Don't listen to their voices. Do not gaze at the lewdness of these unclean succubi. That is exactly what I think about anime girls. They will lead you astray like the snake with Eve, brothers. Mark my words, their inconspicuous masks hide repulsive beasts. Be warned, I met an ill one who claimed to know me, but the things he said can't be true. How could I trust the words of a madman? Only the goddess can bring back my memory. She is the key to everything. Let's see if I can just run past. I can hold my breath for a staggering amount of time. Oh, hello. Little man. This game is borderline being like a high-end good game and like one of those like very small indie games. It's like borderline between them. Fuck. One, two, three. Yes, so like last time there'll be one in this chamber. It's here. They blend into the rocks so well. I don't like that noise. I don't like that noise. It's evil. It's gonna come out. One of these. And I will stay vigilant. Not these. Oh. Oh my goodness! That made me jump. Right through here. Monsters. Alright, found it. We are here in no time. Would you look at that? That's an angel, that, I think. Flip. Good, flip. Why's my vision get all weird? Hello, you. What exactly are you doing here? what do you know about the red goddess of the painting?
Angels.
Okay, I was gonna ask what he's doing here.
The book speaks of angels. One is in the chamber, not far. I'll find it. I'll get out of here. Angels. That slut can't be the only way out. Can't be. Their touch. One touch and you reach ecstasy. That bitch hid them. She tortures our souls with each move. Damned whore.
She is.
If you don't want to help me, then
Well, this is the guy who's realised it's not worth
nothing to say to you.
dumping all of his savings into like someone's OnlyFans. But let's say we play this game a second time around. I think after you get the first ending, if you come back here, then this guy's cleared away everything. Oh, hello, demon. And this is a chart. Are those tongues coming out of his eyes, or are they just regular horns? Jesus. Crush it. There's a lot of them. The texture on a lot of these hand monsters is a bit I didn't get to spend long as that chart, really, did I? But now we're here. The walls of seduction. I never see anyone on YouTube ever get past the pit. It's always they always get up to this bit. Thanks to Inanna's mercy, I finally felt what it's like to be a god. It was her bosom that showed me everything that was lacking in my previous attempts. In her blood is the latent power that I've searched for so long. I can march with dignity into the holy war against the spirit of injustice. I feel that I can rise to even greater heights. Next time, not even demons will stop me. He is not mentally well. Like, at all. Sightseeing.
Here are the remains of muscle.
Poor thing. Don't give up. I'm sure your faith will save you this time.
Everyone's having a fun time in hell.
I'm here. Pleasure? No, not here. They're demons. Hide.
I'm sure.
I can hear how the remains of muscles slip around the bones.
I'm pretty sure this is the only black man in all of hell. Now, naturally, I don't like bringing race into these sorts of conundrums, right? Of course. However, I understand that how do I put this? So obviously these guys are incredible.
They were so tiny and innocent.
And he was
I couldn't resist.
I don't think either of these races will be suitable for what this game's trying to depict, because it's about collapse of the, what happened after the collapse of the Babylonian Empire. We'll get onto it later when it actually brings that up. And I don't think the Babylonian, they weren't black Africans, nor were they anything like white Europeans. I guess that's just technicals for you. Come on. Hello. Hello. And that's what we would call a succubus. The animation on it is a bit janky. It's very janky, mind you. Oh, goodness.
These beaches are just like their queen. They'll fool you and then bam! You'll choke on your own.
It is ravishing. Wow, what a word to use to see how they offer themselves to the ruler who pushes them into the abyss. The priestesses instructed in the art of love feed their bodies with hope until the last moment and trample their faith at the worst moment of their short lives. Many of them count on a better fate until the end, not realizing that they died the moment they lay their eyes on her. On this foundation we will raise the most magnificent monument.
I wonder if they still have souls, like other beasts. Well,
see, these two succubi that are talking here, one of them is really trying hard to sound like a demon, and the other one is just like talking normally. Hundreds of tormented souls scream from the heart of the forest in front of me, overcome with madness. The sons of men wander among the balls, I've never seen that word before, of living trees without hope or understanding. I see demonic figures within the shades of these trees. They look at us. They're looking at us. They secretly observe us, so to attack at the least expected moment. That's where I am to go, down this road. The Lord will lead me to redemption. The stone tower of the cult of Hors proudly stands over the crowns of suffering trees. That is the target of our wandering. Soon the Lord will erase the pain from our hearts. Hey. Let me through. Let me through. Oh, hello. Alright then. Where the hell? Okay. Oh, alright. That's a meaty tail you've got there, darling. How else can you use it? Is it sensitive at all?
So, this is the new pet of my goddess. What she sees in this pale-skinned body. Even the bones are not that hard.
No need to insult me like that.
So fragile. Come with me, pet. Let's find our queen.
Keep talking to me like that, darling. I'll show you a very hard bone. Oh, hello. Following the priestesses makes me feel the the omnipresent nearness of the goddess herself without my body along the way. Without my body. Along the way I saw mountains of people who in their willingness to be with the priestesses leapt into a bottomless cavern. Now I understand why Mother exploits her subject to strengthen the cult of the goddess. Praise and power belong to those greater than them. He's still alive, him. So is the bearded man. Nice thing. So there is a way to trick that demon into jumping on there. Let's see if it'll do it. Go away. Go away. Go away. Just leave. Oh. Hold up. Hooray, we tricked it. Yeah, I think we actually did get it to jump down there. Oh, wasn't that lucky? Respect your body because your soul is already lost. We'll beat it then. Even though our memories have been taken over, remember her face. From the very beginning, the seductive voice of the goddess spoke to us in our nightmares, making sure that we never forget her. Why is it that we remember our lives, yet the fragments of vivid memories are shrouded by her image? Have we met her yet? And if so, can we trust the blind feeling that pushes us in her direction? Probably not. I can't imagine so. Let's get off of this before that swallows us. Just doing some investigative work. The maze of madness. We're back here again. Whoa, hello. Oh, I can see that demon wandering about there. I guess we'll head back. This is where we're supposed to be going. Ah, quit your whining. I know it's her that's whining. I just beat that woman to death for no reason. That's the story of my life, that.
You want to defend yourself? She'll find you everywhere. You go to her yourself. What else can be done? You won't defend yourself. She'll find you everywhere.
Hello, demon.
You go to her yourself. Otherwise, defend yourself. Before her arrival, everything was different. You go to her yourself. What else can be done?
isn't this mysterious? I saw these Babylonian statues. Remember the Babylonian theme, like I mentioned before, that's going to come important later. I like the music of this area. I'm supposed to be going this way. Hello, darling. New body, new me. Turning over a new leaf. Gonna upload that to Instagram. I do love the somewhat animalistic way in which the succubi move. There's a forbidden fruit in here.
Suck the marrow out of your bones. Blow you up. She and her succubs will devour you.
Sorry, skills. Oh, what do I want? Oh, health, stamina. I think health. Actually, no. Stamina. Yes. We're about to come to the Chamber of Light and you get to see what happens in the Chamber of Light. Oh, that's fucking lovely. Should have gone with health. Although I still lived that. I can just hear it. Oh, hello, lady.
We're here. Guilty. We're all guilty.
I still see them. I have the impression that they are hiding in the shadows, waiting until my vigilance weakens. They have been observing me since I first made contact. These shadowy creatures do not seem to understand that I now have a more powerful ally. It was her light that finally made me realize power. Today, however, something has changed. In their chaos, I caught sight of a huge beast. As it fixed its eyes on me, they make themselves known more and more, clearly tormenting me, even by day. But my robes shine with the radiance of the goddess, creating a barrier that they will never be able to cross. Skills, oh boy, now we can possess demons. I just used to go see a dentist. Look at those dentures. Now this is an effigy of Baphomet. Speaking of which, I know precisely what we should do. And the answer is I'm about to get mauled to death by this. There is a way you can kill them, and it's not the way I do it. And they're trapped behind here. Well, that's my soul gone. I don't even know what these squid things are. Or they've got suction cups.
Maybe they were right.
Babylon the Great has fallen, for all nations have drunk of the wine of her, the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Kings of the earth have fornicated with her. Oh, back here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm actually going to put these skills into. I'm actually going to put them here. So we can fend off spiders whenever we find them. Wait a moment. Have we already used them up? Can like... Yeah, I don't think that resets. Well, pace. Alright. That was lovely. Absolutely fabulous.
Hurry up. This may be your last chance for you to see her.
Oh, alright. Yep, not that way. First things first, and that is we're gonna release all of these people so that we can possess them later on if we need to. That spider could fucking move. Oh. It's not nice. It's not nice.
What else can we do to change it? Before her arrival, everything was different. What else can be done to change it?
That spider could go away as well. Alright. Upon the ritual, we are going to have to find 2 hearts. I'm not sure where I find these hearts. I don't remember. They are just lying around somewhere, I'm pretty sure. If I can't find them soon, I'll just carry on. I'm pretty sure there was one back here. I was right, there is one back here. Come back this way. So, where are the hearts? So I need them. I guess I need 3 now, because I got 1. Ah, there's 1 here. Is that... You better get out of the way. I hate it when you do that. Can we just place the other one here? Is that it? Oh no, we do actually need like 4 little monsters. There's 1 here, which means we need 1 more. The location of the last one is completely unbeknownst to me. Babes, where is it? 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 Okay. No. Not towards the spider. Back here. If it is the spider, we have to beat it to death. If it could go away, that would be nice. Nicer than what, you know, hell already is. Small mercies, I suppose. Oh, there it is. Alright, this is about to be fun. Hello, Baphomet. Oh. Oh! You can't. Oh, you little sex offender. Ah! Hey, Baffy. Let's wait for him to come back around. He just waddles around, doesn't he? Come on, come on, come on. Right, we got it, we got it, we got it. We got one of his wings. No! For the love of the Lord! Fight Baphomet. Are you excited? I am. Did I get him? I got him. I killed him. I beat the hell out of him. There wasn't any real point to that, except from the fact that you get one of the endings by doing that. How is he flying on those? Oh, you also get this interesting area, which primarily only matters during the succubus demon mode. Alright, now this scene is about to be extremely graphic, and this is the scene that I am concerned might get me banned from every social media platform. See, in post-editing, I'm going to put a big censor bar over it. Yep. They're just... absolutely... absolutely... oh... you'll be freaking out. Bitch slapped. Yeah, no, those are tongues, Alice. Those aren't horns. I love the look of that. Like, as rough as this whole game is, that one thing where the Honest Skeleton just turns her head is so well done. Smashed.
Is that all you can do? You have to come up with amusement, not make me die of dullness. Pathetic.
That's not, you can't say that. People willingly choose to watch my videos. Alright. You take that back. I don't force people to go through my trash, alright? You take that back. Oh, that was the first area done. Let's see if we can speed on the next area. Her arms are like skinned and stuff. Nice animation. So, I'm guessing she's just fine with that. Ow. There's a forbidden fruit around here. That's not what I wanted to pick up. There is a forbidden fruit here. Lucky me. I'll do health because the last one we get to... actually, wait there. Chance to kill spiders with a torch, eh? Yeah, that's what we want. Kill spiders with torches. Alright, I'll ignore you. I would have liked to have seen what that little monster was, but I guess not. I need some fun. I remember the original version of this area was so dark, you actually just could not see anything that was going on.
I can nearly feel her red cunt. So close.
Language, lady.
The queen is waiting for us in her tower.
I swear words, right? It's what she said, swear words, words like cunt, fuck, shit, whatever, right? It's always cunt that seems to get, like, people seem to hate the most for some reason, I'm unsure why. But out of all of the other sweary words, why that one? Yep, that's bad. Sure, he's fine.
You hear? The wind carries her voice above the forest. I feel how she fills me up. Let's not make her wait any longer, my plaything.
I don't like these little pet names she's calling me. She's saying very horrible things to me, and I think she should stop. I think she should be nice. I don't know who she is, but I want her to be nice to me. Look at these plants. Whoa. Now that's an injury. Nothing I'm interested in, that's for sure. It tries to do a lot of these jump scares with those on a Scali, I don't know. They don't really work. I pulled that out. I knew it. Someone was gonna grab me. Come on. Come on. See, the ambience and atmosphere of this game is pretty good. But not much else is. On my way, demons. Ah! I chopped the little tip of my head off. Little tips in my head came off. Thank you. Is that for me? Shouldn't have. I hate some of the bits where you gotta go underwater in this game a bit. Try possess a demon to destroy the tower door. Possess a demon, you say. Let's rip off the baggage. Of course, here to attack me. I have to beat him into submission. Teach him a lesson. Ack!
to see.
There's a lot of minor inconveniences in hell, that's for sure.
Our goddess won't be here for long. Don't waste our time. Burn this split-headed whore at her cave. Use her bloody body to open the tower doors. Kill everyone who stands between us.
The way this succubus describes people isn't very nice. She never taught manners. Let's set fire to that. No! Oh. Support. Right. When I first played this game, this bit really fun, you might remember this. I'm supposed to lob one of these over there. Problem is, it doesn't. It keeps like rebounding off. Just like, what am I supposed to do? Not get beaten, hopefully. Maybe if I'll head back and get another one. This has always been a tricky part of the game. Can I go through here? Oh, I can't. Alright there, that is on there securely. Now we get to burn it. So you deserve, demon of hell. And hell is where you will remain. Ah. Well, hello, Baphomet. Is it after we, like, fight him? They just keep popping up everywhere. I'm getting a bit close to her. That is dangerously close to her. Come on. Yep, this is what this is the vessel that we were playing beforehand. Of course, that's what he deserves. She's got some long nails, as all skills. So what was the point of opening up this door? Oh, it's the maths teacher fella again. He deserves to die. This is exactly what he deserves. There we go. How did I die after walking through there? I have no idea. Gameplay, fellas. That's why. That's an unfortunate position to die in. I forgot to read that. Oh well. Fortunate fruit. Scales. Oh yes, this one, because the spiders are a very annoying problem. Oh. So we have soul vision now. We can, does it say it in skills? Yeah, here. Mind's eye. Soul vision, we can, do this. That baby's not had a fun time, has he? You know, I don't think anybody's having a fun time in here.
Will you join us, sinner? We can see much more from this height. Don't forget this feeling.
Sinner, hold up.
Use it to your advantage. Let the fire reveal a way for you.
I guess that's not it. What's up for other sigils? I think there are a couple others down here. I think this is this. No, this isn't the sigil. Is it? Well, we'll check anyway, I guess. Pretty sure that's not it. Let me check what the other one might be. The way thing about these sigils, it's usually the first one along tends to be it. Yeah, we'll test this one. I think it is the like the Celtic sun symbol. I think that's it. The circle with the cross. This is horribly done. Alright. No. Actually, I don't think it's either of these. See, the problem with doing sigils on controller is the way that the controller joysticks snap back to the middle. So I'm going to guess it's not that one. Yeah, so it makes doing fine curves like that very difficult. It surely is a different one. Pretty sure there was another one down here. Maybe there's one outside. Not to my knowledge. Right, well I guess we'll be going with the Celtic Sun then. Celtic Cross, whatever. That is just the problem with controller. Is right there. I've got an idea. Pretty sure it is this one. If I turn my sensitivity all the way down, that might help. Alright. Options. Controls. All the way down. Oh, what? That's like... made it worse, what? Okay, let's try that again. Options. Controls. There we go. That is extremely slow. Precisely how I want it to be. Maybe it's just not any of these. Alright, let's turn the sensitivity back up about halfway. Maybe I'm just really dumb. Right, well, if I don't... As to not waste time, if I don't figure this out in about 20 minutes, I'm gonna have to end the stream. I know which one it is. I figured it out. It's this one. Yeah, they play dirty tricks on you like that sometimes. Fucking, there we go. Well, game just crashed out for some reason. I guess the game didn't like that. Game didn't like the fact that I completed it. Now let's get hot back on track, and hopefully I'm not too far back.
Guilty. We're all guilty. You can't believe anyone.
Alright, well, we figured it out, so we're not going to get stuck anymore, I guess, which is good. Let's quickly check the door's already open, and it is. Thought I was going to crash then. Hello, big boy. His toes.
He must have gone.
I hope he did. Oh, there she is.
So big and strong. He's afraid of a woman.
He is, our darling. I'm glad
Do I make you
she doesn't have any
ashamed, my
nipples.
dear?
Therefore,
You see,
string this.
we're all of the same element. You differ in appearance, but you share the same animal instinct. Why don't you stop chasing after women and enjoy the pleasure of suffering, just like other beasts?
Notice how like high heels are made of like bones in her feet. Okay. It's weird how how good quality the female bodies are, and how low quality a lot of these other things are. Free me, please. Can you really save me?
Oh,
Let's ask her to free me.
I've already offered you so much, and you still want to leave me. Accept your fate. Appreciate the possibilities that I have given you. Having these creatures under control gives so much joy.
What are you doing with that baby?
You must realize
Well,
there's no escape from
our
here.
monster just ate it.
You run together with a flock of other
He's eating well tonight.
hoping for what? You're simply counting on me to pull you out of this abyss. You see, it's a good thing you don't remember our achievements, because you'd really go insane. But you know what? I appreciate people who give me entertainment. You see that huge tree in front of us? It connects the two worlds. Let us meet there, and I'll give you what you desire. You'll return to the world of the living. And now, fly away. Let yourself be carried away by the most primitive instincts. Let blood lead you.
Oh, that's nasty, man. Got skewered. It wants me to take over the demon, I bet. Well, it's forcing me to take over the demon. Is it really worth using the demon? You know what, sure, it is.
Are you enjoying your new body? How does it feel to be the master of your choice for a while?
Where am I headed? I'm not sure. This area of the game is a little disorienting. I think I've just gone back in a big circle. I need to find someone to eat quickly. Oh, I found very intelligent. Actually, you. I'll eat you. Hello, pretty lady. Just like all my relationships with women. I feel like I should kill this thing, so that I can possess a body. Actually, you know what? I'll kill the demon and possess a human body, so that I won't have any threats. Now I can actually see what's going on. I hate playing as a demon. Oh boy. You know what? Might just be best to restart the checkpoint at this. It's very likely that I wasn't going to find a suitable host.
Body. My body. I'm not. I'm good.
Oh, I need to get out of this water. Let's heal up first. I just admire the ruthless suffering. Now I see where I'm meant to head. Just bypassed that. Some of the placements of things in this game are very good. You tell it wasn't all too... wasn't play tested too much before this. That's for sure. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back, back, back. Forbidden fruit. Scale. Ooh, this one, kill spider with a torch. That's what we want. So if one of those little monsters comes as far as we can beat it to death. Oh look, it's Mother Mary.
For fuck's sake, just fucking jump.
I'm gonna have to. That was a very close call.
Could feel the same thing she does. The forest will start floating for you, throwing out thick, violet lava. Do not deny it. Accept what you see.
Yeah, you can tell a lot of this. It's like a like analogies for getting high. Right? Because there's a lot of speculation, a lot of old Bronze Age texts, that a lot of it is from when they got like high from mushrooms and stuff. Not her, not her, not her. It's very unfortunate. Oh, hello. I like her horns. chest. Whoa, that's... Come on, come on, come on!
Maybe.
Oh, fuck's sake! Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devils come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath pleasure unto them.
After all, you will get everything you see, just as it is real. Just go with it. That's the only way.
I'm sure it is.
What's your
What
name,
you'll
my
notice...
child? Oh, it doesn't matter. You have beautiful eyes. I see the light of Inanna in them. Congratulations,
What
my
you
dear.
will notice in this
You'll be a
game
vessel
is that
for
we've just
Inanna's
ran past through the
sacred
fractal forest. Like, it doesn't give you enough time to, like, just absorb these areas and let them simmer in. Which is the problem.
Psst.
Oh. You guys better get running. You fuckers better stop. Alright, well I'm gonna start running. Yep. That do sometimes happen. Absolutely hate it when I'm stabbing a demon to death. And she crucifies me. Oh, in the original version of this game, this used to be one of those sigil puzzles, right? And the puzzle was actually this here. I think you had to line this up with something else. Which threw people off, but they seem to have changed it for one of these heart puzzles. There you go. There you go. There you go. And another heart. For the road, of course. There. Oh, we need a fifth one. To annoy me. Do you have it? That is that there is this really cinematic looking shot. That it'll be back here, but maybe. Plants growing at someone. Oh, where is it? It's been so long since I've played this game. Oh! Oh, these little demons are holding hands. That is so adorable. I'm gonna vomit. There are tons of little hints throughout this game about the ending of it, or the different endings. Like there's one, we ran past it real quick, but where it showed the clothing of Adam, and if you find all of Adam's, you know, from like Adam and Eve, if you find all of Adam's clothing, you can get, I believe, what is considered to be the good ending. Let's look to where these little bodies are pointing. You know what, we'll take this. This is a depiction of Isis, the Egyptian love goddess. And Inanna is another name for Ishtar, which is the Babylonian love goddess. You'll start to see some, you know, some connections here. It is an offence that they don't tell me where the heart is. Was it in this little, was it a crib? Was it a chair or something? It's made of like muscles and bones. Ah, this part of the game always fucks with me. Yes. I know something is missing. Oh, hello. It's gotta be in a really obvious place, I bet. Such as there. That was relatively obvious. But the hats do blend in well, which isn't a good thing. I should probably stick out a bit more. Hello. Alright. I just got suplexed into the floor. In the original bit, so in the original game, look at that, I just moved my camera, but in the original game, it used to be that this whole cave was covered in blood. And yeah, I can imagine it was really fucking original. Oh. I could make that jump. I don't need... Those are forbidden fruit over there. Can I make this jump? Nah, I can't. I pulled the moves on that on a Skellis. So where's that forbidden fruit? This isn't it. Hello. Help. Ah, that wasn't very nice. That is ugly looking. Right, skills. What skills do I want? Highlight enemies? No. One capacity. Oh. That is not good. How do I get past this darling? This absolute babe. I would just want to wait, like, you know, spend all my life savings on buying her Twitch Prime. Oh. Ah. I made the jump last time. I should be able to do it again. I'm taking a leap of faith. Get up. Out of my way. I think this is... Yep, got it. Oh. Oh, I would not want to touch her. That's alright. That's probably good reasons to why you don't want to touch her. She's clubbing me in the face with him. Don't you miss the good old days when women had hooves? What beauty standards nowadays have become. Disgusts me. This is about halfway through the game. Might take me another... I'd estimate it's probably going to take me another 2 hours to finish.
Pull off her skin and bring it to my chamber.
It's a souvenir.
Oh, this one here is too destroyed. I asked you to be careful. The poor creature. Drain out her blood and eat the rest. It's you again.
Oh, hello. Hey, big boy.
Wait, not here. Give him a chance.
Absolutely beautiful, my dream husband.
And later bring me his head. Put her right here beside my bed.
Who's her? fuck is he doing? Right, I need some hearts. From you. Give me a heart. I need to borrow it. Mom said it's my turn on the vital organs. I need your heart too. It's for science! And it's very important. And yours. I think I've gotten for every video that I see, mind you, on the internet, every video that I see of Agony, they never seem to get past the first level, right? I'm not sure why. I feel like I'm the only person on the interwebs who's probably got past it. Right, your heart as well. Then again, maybe they're afraid to get past it given the content of the game. And it's very awful. Well, that's that boss fight done. Room of Joy. This is not very joyful, I can tell you what. She's not having a joyous time. Is this hers? She got a chunk out of her head. And she's got a tarp over it. Alright. He's off his tits on some hard stuff as this one. And the rest are judging him. Searching for the way ahead, we swarm in a bath full of the blood of our victims. It was then that I felt the hand gripping my feet. Paralyzed with fear, I was drowning, choking on the blood painfully pouring into my lungs. On the other side, I saw a tunnel, at the end of which a blinding flash of ice showed me the burning figure of the great artist. Spitting blood on the floor, I regained my strength, held in the arms of the mother, who is the figure in my vision. Go through there. I don't think it's down here. I'm supposed to. Oh, fruit, forbidden fruit. Skills. Let's beat snakes to death, sure. What's this? Oh, I can't get back in there. Oh, no, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Like how paintings change the ways you can go. I think there is a painting somewhere down here. Yeah, there's this one. There we go. Lovely.
The cathedral in the wasteland. That's where your road ends. Before you get there, however, you still have much to learn. There is a great painter hidden among the ice and blood. You must meet with him before you drown in the sands of the desert. It's a long and difficult road, so in order to have any chance of survival, you must become much stronger. That's better. Use your abilities. Enough hiding.
Oh, darling.
Delight in the taste of their blood.
Wait to become a short. How wonderful. Times 5. Definitely. Oh, he's not in a fun position. See, if I, like, the problem with crushing people, as I'm about to do so, poorly animated as this is that if I kill them all, if I kill them all, then I won't be able to, wow. Alright, so this is the part of the game that I believe I mentioned at the start, is where there are many different paths you can take. Oh no.
I will never forget our first true meeting, where I was standing naked before you. It was our...
Could you hold it for a moment, lady? There's a demon coming after
your
me.
true awakening. It was like a frozen fire. There is an old temple hidden in the frozen caves. Many paths can lead you to it, so choose whatever body you want. Mutilate anyone who will question your faith.
Oh, that way. That flying ball batted back into this demon. I should go for this guy. We should have to restart checkpoint. I don't think there's anyone for me to possess around here. If one worships the beast on Terror Image, I think Apocalypse is Revelations. Let's just hop over. So
changes.
What did you just say? Please stop beating him to death. I need to hide from this demon.
War never changes.
Just a Fallout 4 reference, I guess. Which is untrue. War changes a lot. Mind you. Even the purpose as to why it's fought changes all the fucking time. Alright, let's get back to the lore of this guy, right? So what he's saying there, right? Is it here he says it? Alright, no, well, he's saying that she's called Scarlet. He says that the Red Goddess is called Scarlet. Sorry. Yeah, only Satan is her lord, is that here he shares a bed woven of immortal fabric. Right. So, the Red Goddess is supposed to be the firstborn here. It's him that Alfie begins. So this guy is obviously worshipping Satan, right? But the Red Goddess is the daughter of Lucifer, which would make her the demon Astaroth. I remember when I was playing through this game originally, and I was trying to wonder what demon it was. My bet was either Astaroth or Lilith. And it seems like they're just going for making her Astaroth, the daughter of Lucifer. Hold up. I can beat these guys to death now, they're not as scary anymore. Watch this! Epic comeback. That's what I thought. Oh, hello. What I don't like about this bit is the fact that you slide around, because like it's just like basically impossible, so what's the point? Can I go this way?
The goddess will suck the marrow out of your bones, eat you up.
I think this is the way I'm meant to go. This is in fact the way I'm supposed to go. These guys hate torches for some reason. I'm going to avoid them. They're not particularly the nicest of people. Or multiple people. Thank you very much, young man. I believe what we're looking for, the type of sigil that we're looking for, is, I think it's in the water somewhere. Well, actually, he's pointing in here, so I would suggest it's in here. Because the martyrs point to wherever they are. Oh yes, this is a nice little trinket for me to do. If I could stop sliding everywhere. Oh. Yeah, see, how am I supposed to, like, see that? That is, like, perfectly mixed into the wall. Oh, we'll put it in this demonic sigil. That looked nothing like... That looked nothing like what I was supposed to be drawing. I can't believe that worked.
Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us.
Before I continue, I need to go to the toilet.
Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way this stuff looking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us.
Tastes real
I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us.
Tastes real good.
I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us.
Okay, this guy sounds exactly like Alex Jones. Destroy the child. Curl them all.
Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way they stop licking us.
Frozen and hungry, I slipped in and out of consciousness, yet I continued my journey, trying to light up the ice, covering the heart of Inanna with my faith. At that moment, a huge temple carved out of the ice appeared before my eyes. I used fat to light abandoned fireplaces. When the fire cast its light on the inside of the chambers, I saw the statue of a huge goddess. That was what's worshipped here. In her hand wielded a sword made of the bones of those who did not bow before her. Her body was covered with the trophies of fools who did not kneel before her. Looking at her aggressive face, I understood that the goddess's glory goes far beyond the simple image of Inanna, to which we raise our hands, asking for grace. The goddess takes many forms, both as a whore and an invincible warrior, an innocent and naive girl, and a mature and cunning bitch. Ooh, the fucking language. Ignited by new faith, I honoured her by spilling my own blood. The empty frame of a destroyed painting served as a passage, another image of my journey, a gate separating me from the meeting with the great painter. To open these doors, I found another pattern in the depths of my subconscious. I felt the goddess led my hand to finish the sigil. The open circle was filled with two short vertical lines, and next to them we drew two more longer ones. Under my closed eyelids, I saw a circle of blood floating around me. The exit was fenced off by 4 bars, behind which I heard the voice of the goddess calling me. Gently, I put my finger in between the bars and parted them, taking care not to disturb the hanging blood. The goddess lured me onward with a brilliant light that came from the other side of the bars. These people are perfect. Sane people. Hello. It's an Ifrit, that. Ifrit's like the fiery evil spirits.
I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me.
Give me.
I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me.
He's not in there, but his face is there. Alright. Someone just slapped a severed face onto the ice. You like this one? It's like him. You can see he's not in there. He's not having a fun time either. Ah! Dave! You think they'd be a bit politer in hell? I'm not giving this a good rating.
I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way to stop blinking us. I'm gone. Whatever you see, it's on me. It's the only way to stop blinking us.
We need one more heart. Somewhere in here. Hold on. So I was saying before, yes. So the red goddess is supposed to be the daughter of Lucifer. Who is Astaroth. Now Astaroth isn't directly, she kinda is in the Bible, she's not directly in the Bible. She's depicted as being like the woman on the scarlet beast in Book of Revelations. And she's commonly depicted as like, oh there it is. Like the way Christians seem to depict Astaroth is that she is, so you know how in these ancient cultures you have the love goddess, like Isis, like the goddess of fertility, like Isis, Inanna, or Ishtar, right? All these Bronze Age cultures. Well, I think the idea is meant to be that they're all meant to be demon Astaroth, and that's this program is the red goddess is supposed to be Astaroth, which is why you hear constantly, you see constant references in Isis. ISIS is in the goddess, not the terrorist organization. There's a tree I was just at on this long adventure. We went through the ice bit real quickly. Well, still on the ice. Like, this game is too linear for what it should be. Hey, friend.
One more. A hiding place. Need to find another hiding place. Hide yourself. Don't go that way. If I were you, I wouldn't go that way. Don't go down that road. You'll disappear. You'll disappear in the fire, frozen to death. Only an echo will remain. Go. Go if you want. Maybe you'll manage it. And if not, only an echo will remain.
Fuck hell, this guy's all over the place. What do you know about the goddess? Do you recognize me?
Of course I know you. But you don't remember anything. Be glad. It was you who started this madness. It's a good thing you did. No, I won't say anything more. I won't do it to you.
Are you obsessed? Do you know anything about succubi?
One look.
That's got him.
One thought. That's all it takes. You'll never get her out of your head. Never forget.
I feel like these answers don't change what he actually says.
You'll go crazy. You'll start to search for her, not taking anything else into account. One look, one thought. That's enough. King, go now. You
King.
know the way.
Remember that.
Leave me alone now.
Our king, that's important to who we are.
You know the right way. You always know.
He's just a lovely chipper fella. What a nice person. Ah, this is what we need to find to get the bridge.
Do you still remember how your forgotten empire looks like? I have shown you a vision once. We decorated it with a frame. You have to find it. It will be so touching for both of us.
What's this? When I opened my eyes, I realised I was on the surface. The snowstorms and frost that I killed most of my subjects now seemed to have no effect on my body. Cloaked by the goddess's glory, I walked across an ice bridge straight into a cave where I found the great painter for my visions. Inside there were many bent frames and cracked bones. Huge. I think this guy's just describing what we just did. I don't know if this is meant to be us or somebody before us. Huge corner filled with the remains of newborns that had served as sacrifices. When I looked at the empty canvas, I realised that the painter I was looking for was inside me. It was I who must become the artist who will paint the great work with the blood of the sinners. Yeah, no, it's us writing this. With euphoria, I started to work creating more images of the goddess. She comes in many forms, a perfect being for all of us, regardless of the time or place in which she is worshipped. I feel that I have become more powerful than I was before. In a dream, I saw myself as a mighty beast on which the goddess sat. Together with her, I will return to my city, and on my wings I will lift her to the heavens, which will flow with the blood of God himself. Now that is some blaspheming. Remember when I said blasphemy gets you sent right to hell? There's obviously the question of why does Astaroth go hell? Which Astaroth doesn't really. It's like how people say it's coming for me. I'll get onto this conversation. We'll finish this first. Simple-minded demonism. I get to be a demon full on. Remember, I mentioned this before, this game does not let you sim out with just what's happening, it just doesn't let you take it in at all. Which this kind of game really should let you do that. There's a texture glitch there. So anyway, as I was saying, like Astaroth is sort of the way Astaroth is depicted. She's not really in the Bible. She's spoken more about in the Testament of King Solomon, which is what we'll call Bible Extended Universe, effectively. So it's like kind of not exactly canon. I'm speaking about the Bible as some sort of Bible. Oh, hello. I think I meant to do something back here that I just completely forgot to do. Hello. One of these. I am really eating up those forbidden fruits. God is probably not going to be happy with me for that one. Hello. I experienced another obscure vision last night. The goddess showed me I was sitting engulfed in chaos. I saw the burning spirits of all the martyrs who perished during the work to praise and honor. I will really find that when I... Will I really find that when I come home? Why did Mother allow people to turn away from the goddess? The time has come for her to... I didn't fully read that. I assume that said sit in the throne.
So you got
I know the 18 plus rated scene.
Maybe you have a chance.
I know the naughty scene.
Join us. We don't bite. Well, maybe sometimes. I see you've learned a lot since our last meeting. Watching you grow gives me so much joy.
I'm not risking
I appreciate
I've made that mistake once before in my life.
In order to find me. That's why I think the time has come for you to confront your own past. With hundreds of
this game feels so much shorter than it should.
Infinite fire of sacred agony.
Oh, she said the title. She said the title.
And difficult road ahead of you. But why shouldn't you be the first who reaches my cathedral? Right. It's there you'll find your desired freedom. Let light and ash show you the way. Let's meet there. Be the first one to achieve it.
Wow. Would you look at that scene? That is hellish. Quite literally, in fact.
They are so hot. I can feel the heat coming from those lost souls. They are here because of you, King. Take control over them to crush your way to the surface. Let's break into the desert.
So, the actual law and reasoning behind it, right? This is another part of the story that when this game came out, I'm pretty sure nobody other than myself got it. So King Nimrod, the guy who you're playing as, is in fact King of Babylon. Right? He was the King of Babylon. In the Bible, what he did was I'm such an actual retard. That is just delicious. In the Bible, what King Nimrod did was he was the guy who built the Tower of Babel, right? And so in the story of the Tower of Babel is the King of Babylon, I believe. And back here. And so Babylon at the time was like the only civilization to exist. This was like, I think King Nimrod is meant to be like the grandchild of somewhat, you know, from Noah's Ark, right? So he built, so he was the guy who built the Tower of Babel. What he wanted to do was he believed he was better than God, pretty much. And so made this great tower which would reach into the skies where he could rule from, and he would rule from God. Because apparently, I guess, just being at the highest point you can means you're better than God, according to Nimrod. Naturally, this was a great blasphemy in the eyes of God, and so he destroyed the Babylonians, sent them to hell, which is how we ended up here. And the rest of humanity was spread out across the world and made to speak different languages so that they couldn't cooperate, basically. And then the British decided to come along and make everyone speak English, which is exactly how the world should be. Oh, I'm going that way. Ah. This is a... Oh no. That's bad. If I go that way, there's that. Oh! Oh. I gotta run. That was unfortunate. Checkpoint, hit the checkpoint, hit the checkpoint. Find the exit from the sea of the dam. Hey, this is the guy wearing the garments of Adam. For I believe there's one ending I can't remember. You actually do look like the King of Hell or something. You have to find all the...
Now I'm waiting for my virgins. Not like you.
Well, he was a Muslim. That's how he... Yep. The Agony developers are really brave with that line. Basically saying that all the jihadists are going to hell. Well, I mean, I guess this game is supposed to be Christian ideology, so I suppose that makes sense. These demons could piss off. Oh. This bit we're coming up to is probably my favourite part of this game. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. That's a nice view from here. I like the way she swims, like a fish. Did that in under an hour, that? Alright, it's the last act, I believe, before I can finally end the stream. This is my favourite part of this game. It just feels. Yeah, the bit where they get. I do love watching women get beaten, of course. She's really taking like a champ. Just like this really all these people screaming. This is like a proper defense. As low quality as the weapons are. Not too far away from the tank. That. Could you leave, demon? Women.
What's going on with you, Nimrod? You should know this place better than any of us. Your life inspired us to create this madness. You should be proud of who you are. I didn't taste someone this meaningful for a long time.
Taste?
Climb to me, King.
Oh, you Twitch thoughts are just manipulating my man. It's like that girl who said simping is king shit. It ain't, by the way. Right. Oh, it's trying to manipulate my man's into giving you Twitch Prime or like Discord Nitro. You will not accept you as his Discord kid. Maybe Nimrod would actually, he's like in those kinds of guys. What age me? Hello. No. A lot has changed in my absence. God has tangled the tongues of our subjects, who now lose their minds and are unable to communicate with us. The streets of a city that once buzzed with life are now dirty with blood and mud. Hundreds of sinners choke on their own feces, scratching the walls and floors. Soldiers murder all those who oppose their orders. I hear the crack of the bursting pelvises of raped children and women. Alright, this is getting pretty heavy. Stacks of their bodies spill from homes, distracting bugs and birds that swarm over their eyes. Was this what you wanted, creator of the world? Are you so desperate to stop me? I'll end this madness. Yeah, I think this is, meant to be God destroying Babylonians. Bit of a blasphemer, isn't it? I don't think the Bible goes into all that much detail about Nimrod's, you know, what really happened. Right. Yeah, he's not having I need, should I be able to get them? Not to go up here is the answer. I need a torch of sorts. Where might I find one? Here is the answer. Not good. What was the point of burning this way? Is there not a sigil here? Guess not. Right, she's moved. Which is not good. Right, let's figure this out. I think this is the right one. Yes, it is. Oh. The plague chamber. That's good. That's lovely. Mother of abomination things as well. I can't fucking trust demons, can you?
My beautiful cathedral. How much longer do I have to wait for you? My soul hunter. There are many paths that can lead you to me. Take advantage of your position. Murder and mutilate anyone who stops you on this journey. This place feeds on pain and suffering, just like your Babylon. Enjoy the power I offered you. Find your way through the wasteland and savor the taste of blood. We are waiting for you, beloved.
Oh. Just quickly. The paths to take, though, aren't as elaborate as they make it seem.
Can you
hear
that, King? The caves are filled with the sound of suffering and agony. What you've done to this place. Make them scream even louder.
Alright. Jesus. Her body just disintegrated. Ah. Absolutely incredibly done. Impeccable.
You won't be able to survive on the desert in this skinned body. Fly over it. She won't wait for you forever.
do you mean by that? Can I possess one of the flying demons, I wonder? Come on, you. This is not going to be fun. Her breasts have been ripped off. Oh. No! Please, lady. I get it's supposed to look like a lady's genitals, of course. There are genuine mechanical questions to be asked. There's a reason my jaw is structured in the way it is. Right, what? Can't head this way, so I can see a way on the map. Well, I never know. Why is there doubt in my heart about my own strength? Why have I suddenly become sensitive to the images surrounding me? I perceive the evil that is destroying the city, a demonic force that pushes people to unfathomable horrors. The world is burning under my feet and I have no strength to save it. What other tricks will God resort to in order to sow the seeds of doubt in my sacred path? Our road will meet soon and I will be immune to his attacks. I will suppress the remnants of humanity within me. I will become like him. I have understood that this is the price for the throne. That is what the blood goddess was preparing me for from the beginning, and I won't give up at such an important moment. Cannot did. Oh hello, this is just floating here. I don't know what's a glitch and what's supposed to be what, so I don't know if that was supposed to be floating there or not. The game feels like it gets shorter as it goes along. Like it feels like it's just more and more rushed as you go through it. Hello, lady. We didn't mind that. As cruel as that was of me to do. Wow. Oh boy. It's one of these puzzles again that I love and never get stuck doing. Next, leave your body. Wait. Can I... possess Leviathan? I don't think so. I possess him. Well, we just got around that puzzle. Yeah, I'm glad they let me just skip puzzles. We're very close to the temple, aren't we? Looks like this game's going to take less than 2 hours, like I thought. Oh! Back up. There's another... See on the map, there's another thingy for down here. There it is. I don't know why I'm collecting them all. There's not much of a point to it. I like demons through walls, soul's ability, pickups, shiver. Actually, gosh. There's not much of a point in it. Once you upgrade all of your martyr skills, there's not really any point in like upgrading anything else and not very useful. Whereas the game is nowhere near long enough. Like, 'cause I'm doing this whole thing in one sitting. The game is nowhere near long enough to really warrant. The floating temple. How? Now, how am I going to get past this creature? Which way are you going to go? That way. I'm going to go this way. Well, that's easy enough. Stop caring about pickups now. Cathedral of the Goddess. Don't you just love wasting potential? Like, replaying this game, I kind of see what everybody else was talking about, how bad it really was. But at the time when I played this, I knew it was kind of naff, especially because the more you played into it, the worse it kind of got. But it was still pretty interesting. It's still a pretty interesting thing to play the first time. And all the promotional material for this originally was really good. They were good at marketing, not much else. Oh. The Tower of Babies. Oh, baby. One of the endings here involves a very uncomfortable sex scene. What is that up there? The architecture of this place is lovely. Freakish though it might be. Alright, everyone who wants to keep your innocence, close your eyes for this next bit. It's not very good. It's not very holy or Christian, this game. Well, it's somewhat in line with Christian
Nimrod.
beliefs
I was
of
starting
hell.
to think you'd never come. You visit us so rarely.
On your knees.
Oh, stop humiliating him. He's come such a long way. It's you who should kneel before him. Get up off your knees, King. Go. Sit on the throne. You deserve it.
This whole game is just the struggle of, like, simps.
So, how's it going to be?
The cruel
Will
cycle
you
of
stay with
OnlyFans.
Exactly. You're the only one who has shown how much I mean to you.
Is that meant to be like a choice
Neither
option?
now nor in your life did you stop
that was
murdering
weird.
for me. Oh, don't worry. I remember the blood that you spilt, and I appreciate each sacrifice of your injured hands. However, before we rise up together to the heavens, rest in the arms of my loyal priestesses. They've been waiting for you for so long.
Nah, that's not. No, we're not married. No, you can't. Hands off me, harlot. Oh! Oh, 40 minutes. Right, well, this next bit is like literally the last bit, and then I can end the stream and then rip down the stream for my YouTube channel.
Nimrod, my great soul hunter.
How did any of these people
You had
get
no
here?
equals on Earth, and you continue to amaze me. I promise that your destiny will soon.
There's the Tower of Babel. Nimrod sure is an
Before you
egotistical
go off
fellow.
with me towards the light, however, prove your worth to me one last time. Among the ruins of our tower, the wildest of beasts is waiting. Prove that you are still worthy of being called the greatest hunter who ever walked in both worlds. Prove that you deserve my mercy. Kill the monster who is standing in our way. Release your goddess from the hands of brutal, masculine nature.
That is scary looking, Tower of Babel. I'm glad that they tried to make this game more like biblical. But, you know, at the same time, not a lot of people get it. Here's some famous Babylonian sculptures. You can see these at like the Museum of London. I've seen these, having been in the museum. There's a lot more you can explore. Uh-oh. Look, a shot. Big one. A very big one. Controls for this thing. Shit, isn't she? Here he is. The beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his heads were the names of blasphemy. I think people misinterpret this thing as being Satan. I don't know if the game developers intended this to be Satan, but in the Bible, I don't think the Scarlet Beast is meant to be Satan. I assume it was just a big beast that comes out of the ocean. It feels like there's a lot more that should have gone into this than what did. There we go. Get up. Come horrible beasts. Help me fight this monster. What? Where did he come from? He was just over there fighting. I must have glitched. Oh, I guess I possessed the beast. Let's get her. Let's go grab her. Oh, he's finally. He's still holding on to his simpery ways. He's still going for it. This is trying to kill him. Has he finally let go of me? He's gonna become a Chad. He's gonna become a Chad Thundercock. Not likely. He's gonna try. We used to root for this little fella. Yeah, we root for King Nimrod, remember that? You're the guy who was like murdering people for like sacrificing them to this horrible lady.
For so many years, I wasn't able to force the simple mind of the beast to release its full aggression. It was your naive faith that made the indestructible boundaries open for good.
I'm glad.
My hero. Thanks to you, the earth will flow with the blood of the faithful, filling up my chalice. You've proven your manhood again. I won't forget about the
yeah, no, I'm not sure about that one.
Don't worry. We will surely meet again. And
Remember,
now,
men, simping is not king
live,
shit, as opposed to what the Bernie Sanders girl says. See, look. That's a very appropriate bit of scripture to have up for this section of the game. Because you're about to see it. So this is like modern day, because it's some modern like life raft, really. So I guess this is supposed to be at the end times, right? Like in the Book of Revelations, but the end times don't come until, you know, like the Antichrist takes over. Although I guess we've not seen what happens here on Earth, so maybe the Antichrist has taken over. I guess this is a bad ending. just got back hell and he gets stomped on. Which means he's going right back to hell. My man's going right back to where he came from. That makes the whole adventure pointless. Thomas, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm not going to attempt to. Level designers. Yeah, those level designers need a lot more work, let's say. Artists. I like this song though. Animators, they also need a bit more work. It's a decent run for your first game, fellas, but it was clearly a finished testers, yeah, those testers also should have done a lot more for you. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire, and this is the second death. That was a full playthrough of Agony. How long did I do that in? 254 minutes. How long is that in hours? I don't fucking know. I'm not looking it up. Let's hope this recording doesn't get me banned off of Twitch, but holy shit, am I glad to have gotten through all of that. And I'm glad to have the footage of me going through all of that. It was a game that, like, you enjoy it through your first run, but it does feel like a bit of a chore trying to play it every time after that, right? Like, it loses its mystique and interest very quickly, right? Which is why I'm somewhat disappointed, but there is still a lot of potential behind it. I know there was another game that these developers put out, set in the same, same sort of hell, called Succubus, where you play entirely as the Succubus, and there is Succubus mode, but I don't think we'll play it. We'll just skip that for now. Maybe I'll come back to it. Maybe I'll play Succubus mode, but I'll stick with the main story. And I didn't quite like it. Or at least I liked what it could. I like the idea of what it could have been, but in the state of which it is, which I mean, it was released back in 2018, right? It's 2022 now. It's never gonna get fixed up or finished or polished or anything, right? I would like it if they made a remake that was just like a massive open world, right? Like a big open world of just hell, all this sort of stuff, and you're trying to survive. That would have been much nicer, but unfortunately. So at that, I will have to end the stream there, and I will have to say goodbye to all of you fellas, my dear viewers. I'll see you next time.